Oh, what are we doing? We're going crazy over here. All right. We're not going to use the headset. We're going to use the big boy mic today. How's the big boy mic sounding? Hoping sounds pretty good. We're playing SpaceMarine today, so come with me and we're going to noob it up and we're going to try to play this video game. And I asked everybody to be quiet in the background, so hopefully everyone's being quiet. Of course, my son's not being quiet. As soon as he hears your voice, he's going to have to speak over you no matter what room he's in. But mind you, I'll close the door every time he opens it up because he's going to open it up and he's just going to talk over you. So let's just do this in a peaceful manner, shall we? Okay, let's get to the video game. Project. New game. We'll do it with the helmet off. English, subtitles on, background subtitles. Oh, background to subtitles? No, off. Okay, baby girl. Sound. Lily. Some of these graphics already. Just looking at a screen, it just looks ridiculous. I've been waiting to play this game for a while. Hail to the machine god.
Approaching Kagako. Prepare for atmospheric entry.
Ready? Give me an axe. Can't wait. Okay.
Kill team leader to squad. Box check. Repeat. Kill team leader to squad. Confirm Vox contact.
We have crashed. It's from your position.
Do you have the virus bomb? Damn it.
Moving to... Lost contact with brother. Approaching orbital launcher facility. Well secure.
Hellstrom, Alpha! I'm moving to the crash site. Do you read?
Any sign of the commander? Negative. No contact since the crash.
I'm here, damn it.
Ghostrust, you have command. What are your orders? We proceed as planned. Launch the virus bomb into the stratosphere, detonate it, and watch the Tyranids die. A sight I will greatly enjoy.
Transmitter must be broken. Holmigans. The area will be crawling with them.
Recently lost health can be restored by dealing damage. The white line indicates the maximum regeneration amount. Okay.
Where's that damn virus bomb?
Hold R1 to finish a chainsword combo with heavy attack. The longer the combo, the more powerful the heavy attack. Use heavy attacks against large groups of enemies. Okay. Alright. So hold R1.
I'm up to my elbows in these wretched bonds. Any word from Brother Darius or the commander? It is left to us to share the glory now, Killstros.
Hold on, brothers.
L1 to parry combat attacks and attacks with blue indicator can be parried. Perfectly timed parries will instantly kill smaller enemies and will stagger larger ones. L1 to parry.
Spores! Now they send larger meat to stop me.
Wolfer, you must reach that bomb. I will, even if I have to chew my way through.
Darius, brother, I will repay them tenfold. This bolter will roar in your name, Darius. I swear on it. Come, vermin!
I should be picking these rotten seals out of my fangs for weeks. The situation here at the launcher is becoming severe. Have you secured the virus bomb? No. For every gaunt I smash, 10 more come raining down. If we fail to launch that bomb, there will be nothing to stop the Tyranids. I am almost at the crash site. Just make sure the launcher is still standing when I get there. I will hold the line for as long as I can.
are running out of time. Kill team, I am at the crash site! Baron, my brother, you have honored the Imperium with your devotion. Alpha! Kelstros, if you can hear me, I have the virus bomb. Headed to the orbital launcher.
Is that as hard as your bite, Xenos? Come on! Handle his shoulder!
Death will not go unpunished.
Why is it? Where the fuck am I? Nobody want to stop.
Tyranids have breached the perimeter. Alpha! Anyone? It's a bomb en route.
Hang on, Kelstros! Kelstros, are you with me? I have the bomb! You have served your Emperor well, brother. Record log. To any Imperial unit that recovers this log, my kill team crash-landed off course. My brothers are all dead. Slain by Tyranids. I have the virus bomb. Moving to the orbital launcher. We'll fire into stratosphere where it will disperse over Tyranid positions. one chance to delay the Tyranid invasion. The virus will spread through their forces. They will adapt, but it will slow them down. The virus must be launched into the stratosphere. Nothing else matters. Open the gates!
Shift chronometer reset. You're registered as on duty. Carry out the Omniscience work according to the divine synchronicity.
Inserting payload.
Payload chambered. Hazardous material detected. Further benedictions required.
Transmitting override authorization. Set course for stratospheric detonation.
The rite of safeguard must be performed. Seek an authorized Magos at the command console.
Machine Spirit, where is the command console?
On the observation platform above. The Magos on duty does not respond.
Summon the lift. Machine Spirit, what is the status of the orbital launcher?
Hibernation. Console inactive for 22 hours. Using piety on Messiah has been logged.
Activate launch systems.
The rite of initialization must be performed. Seek an authorized Magos at the command console. The command console is posted at the edge of the observation platform. A Magos will attend to you shortly.
Doubtful.
Predictions complete. Awakening systems from hibernation. Rite of capacitors initialized. Personnel may begin prayers of charging.
Can you not hasten the damn process?
Seismic disruptions have occurred. Launch trajectory may have been altered.
Okay, I'm watching a game right now. It's getting ridiculous. Okay. Okay, I can't hear a word you're saying. I'm playing a video game, dude. I am playing a video game, my dude. I can't hear a word you're saying right now, so... Okay.
That car is gonna get wet.
It is done.
All right, baby girl, lay down.
I will take you all with me. I will not rest until you lie down, my feet. Even if I am slain, I will leave these wounds by which you will remember me. We will eradicate your kind from the galaxy. May that virus strip your flesh from your bones.
them sometimes.
No.
Oh, shit. Slap for both my hearts. Ugh. Kind of looks like my daddy.
My bag's Oh my god!
Praise the Emperor. The wound was fatal. You survived only through the Rubicon surgery. We remade you. You are a Primaris now.
Why?
Lord Calgar issued the command himself.
Is he here?
Gone. Summoned by the Primarch.
I must get back to the Watch Fortress.
You have been reassigned.
My place is with the Death Watch.
The Inquisition can find no stain on you, Titus, accused of heresy. You have served penance in Death Watch for almost a century, and not once have you faltered. But you will never know redemption until you have faced the judgment of your brothers. Prove yourself to us, and know true absolution.
No heretic.
What is your life?
My honor is my life.
What is your fate?
My duty is my fate.
What is your fear?
My fear is to fail.
What is your reward?
My salvation is my reward.
What is your craft?
My craft is death.
What is your pledge?
My pledge is eternal service.
The Rubicon surgery has remade you as a Primaris Marine. You are now stronger, faster, and more resilient. You will take your place as an Ultramarine once more. Your brothers will know that you served in the Death Watch, but your dishonorable status as a Black Shield has been redacted from the archives. Should it be discovered, there would be questions. Lord Calgar has offered you a second chance. Do not taint it.
Sergeant Ventier has secured the spaceport and handed over its defense to the Acadians.
Ventier, eh? The god,
Brother,
Lieutenant. Regardless, we have work to do. Gather the rest of the squad on the flight deck.
yes, brother.
My car is juking. Oh, you flip. Yeah. I do.
Stand by, Major. Sending Astarte support.
Thank you, Lord. We shall ready a counter-offensive.
The effects of the virus bomb.
My lord. Lieutenant Titus reporting for duty.
Have Sergeant Gadriel approach the bridge. How are your wounds?
Good enough.
I'll be straight with you, Titus. I have my reservations about your reinstatement. There could be questions, suspicions. I cannot afford discord among the men. Nor now. You're a lieutenant now. That'll be a problem.
No, Captain.
We're facing a Tyranid splinter fleet. They engaged us on 2 planets. Avarax, a hive world, and Kadaku, which you already know. We're abandoning the latter. It's mostly Adeptus Mechanicus research facilities. We're evacuating critical assets and personnel. These defense guns are keeping the skies clear for our ships. The Tyranids have taken note. Get down there and protect those guns.
Yeah.
Well,
Captain,
yeah, I know that's one of my
Sergeant.
oldest quotes.
this is Lieutenant Titus. He'll be taking over command of your squad. So, I expect you on the ground within 30 minutes. Dismissed.
Lieutenant, forgive my hesitation. I am merely surprised by this development.
As am I.
Sergeant Gadriel, the Absolver is ready to depart.
Brother Chiron, this is Lieutenant Titus. He will be leading our squad.
Is that so? Well, I shall be glad to have a commander of such experience.
Is the rest of the squad ready?
Already assembled on the flight deck.
Good. We leave immediately.
Reaching distance from the high field. What is our assignment?
The Acadians have lost control of the orbital guns. We are to recapture them.
Lost them already.
The Tyranids are hurling spores of those guns in great waves. I'm impressed the Acadians held out this long. Brothers Lirio, Altarius, and Elian make up the rest of our squad.
Have any of you faced Tyranids before?
Only these past 2 days.
Then there is much to learn.
I look forward to it.
do you think you're doing?
Ordnance deployment. Path obstructed. Stand aside.
Those warheads are not properly secured. Do you know what will happen if one comes loose?
Path obstructed. Stand aside.
I'll do it myself. Go and find a tech priest and tighten the screws in that half-brain of yours.
Task aborted. Seeking blessings of cogitation.
Make us Gallia will hear of this.
Sergeant?
Brothers, we are joined by Lieutenant Titus.
Welcome, brother. We are yours to command.
We leave immediately.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Sir, you served in the Death Watch.
Yes.
That must have been a great honor. It's a privilege to serve with you.
Approaching drop zone.
Let's go.
You see those service studs? Our lieutenant is over 200 years old. He couldn't have been born a Primaris.
You're right.
And now he has your command.
Hold your feet, soldier! Move to defend our west flank! And get those heavy mortars resupplied! My lord! Major Sarkana, 8th Cadian Regiment.
Major, give me an update.
The wretched beasts have taken the orbital guns. They
Okay,
pushed
her
us
eyes
back
are
to this
purple, so
encampment and are staging a
yeah,
heavy
those are
assault.
Cadians, right?
Imperium,
Canadians have
take
purple
Altarius
eyes.
and Elion and remain here to secure the
So
encampment.
pretty much a lot of
Yes, brother.
Major, we must reach the defense guns.
Yes, my lord. Follow me.
I don't know if Titus is a new character. I know there's a game before him, but I don't know if he has any actual.
The situation here has deteriorated. Those foul gargoyles pollute the skies.
The Tyranids have the orbital guns.
They do. These unrelenting attacks make a counteroffensive difficult.
We shall take care of that.
Major! We've got more incoming from the east!
Move to reinforce the eastern flank. You, go with him.
We will assist in the defense.
Very good, my lord.
Changing magazine.
The numbers are endless.
We will see about that.
I hope you're keeping score, brother.
Oh, I am.
closing in!
Direct us to them.
Sending coordinates to your Auspex display! My lord, we are preparing an airstrike. Can you hold the enemy in place until it hits?
Consider it done.
Lines at the ready!
Xenon built. Leave not one of them standing.
The orbital guns are on the other side of the swamp.
Be alert. The Tyranids will be lying in wait.
This must be where the swarm originated. These abhorrent husks are everywhere. Living organic machines.
Indeed. Their ships, these pods, all of it.
Their very existence is heresy. We shall thin their numbers today, brother.
Do not stop moving.
Like doing that.
I am down.
There is more fight to do. I know it.
Fight back. Changing magazine. working! Another one dead.
I expect better of the Cadians. Losing the orbital guns was costly, and they paid for it dearly. But the enemy numbers are not insignificant. The Cadian 8th will have to do better. You're familiar with this foe, brother?
I am.
How do the Tyranids compare to other Xenos?
They are an unrelenting plague, but they are cunning. The controlling influence of... Tread carefully. The spores detonate when threats draw near.
Then let us take the advantage and destroy them.
Take out those mines! Reloading! Ammunition depleted!
Your combat doctrines are unorthodox, Lieutenant. Which company did you serve with before this one?
I served the Emperor elsewhere.
The Death Watch.
Yes.
I hope I too will share that honor one day.
Loading ammunition. Damn these men. We need to get through.
Eliminate them, then proceed. Wargear Prime.
Here come the
My weapon is empty. Tunneling Xenos is dead.
The most direct route is through the swamp. Let us proceed.
No. The swamp will be infested with Xenos. There is a bunker straddling the riverbed. We will cut through there.
But that will add considerable time. Surely we...
We will not trade strategy for expediency.
As you command.
Lieutenant, Captain Akaran has given us new orders. You must proceed alone.
Understood. Thank you, Lirio.
See you on the Resilient.
There they are. The orbital guns.
nuts, Lil. Enough. Enough. Take a chill pill.
Reloading!
Resupplying.
I'm getting air reinforcements!
One dead.
All day, all night. You can't just like do this.
Switching magazine!
Angels! We're saved!
Presence of angels.
Shut it! We're with the Emperor's angels now.
You will desert your post, guardsman.
No, Lord. Never!
We've locked them in. We can do no more.
Open the gate.
Yes, my lord. Open the gates!
But sir, you said...
Open the bloody gates! Another wave. We can't hold them. You will serve your emperor. What are they doing? Trying to get up here. Take this position, men. Do not let them surround you. Deploy frag grenade. Reloading weapon. entire bird tail off.
Munitions secured. Grabbing equipment.
Get back, you ugly bastard!
Reload!
Honor your homeworld's memory, Guardsman.
Vermin stuff. Ready to deploy special tactics.
I have to reload.
This will serve me well. Reloading weapon.
My lord! The gates are open!
Everybody inside, now.
Yes, my lord!
Should we not eliminate the remains of the swarm?
There will always be more. We must focus on taking down the hive ship.
Guardsmen, get these gates closed.
Yes, my lord! Transmitting command now! Stand by!
Do not relent in your attacks. Never seen orcs do that. Makes them easier to kill.
You have yet to see the worst of them.
Oh, I look forward to it.
All right, let's not go crazy, okay? And here I want her to lay down. Please. Go in your bedroom. You have a whole room filled with your toys and your computer that you can make noise in.
Major Sakana,
Go ahead!
we met with one of your squads.
Thank you, my lord. I shall give them new orders.
The way is clear.
Proceed.
Holy terror. I just fought beside SpaceMarines.
We've been blessed, Dan.
Oh my god.
By his divine will. Looks like a slaughter. No excuse for cowardice.
Let us get to work. Need ammunition. For the primer!
Hey, what's up?
Nothing. Oh, that's weird. You go get your toy.
Okay, Aunt, I'm trying to hear what your mom's saying on the phone. Can you go to the other room, please? Hi. God. Hold on. Let me go to the other room. Let me go to the other room because I can't hear a word anyone's saying when I got baby screaming at me. I got your son next to me. Like I just can't get a fucking moment's peace today. No. What's up? Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we're here. Oh, what's he doing in the bathroom now? Anthony? Okay. So, hold up your hands. Stop playing on the phone. Get on the toilet. Okay, well, I'll help you. Ask me for your help. Stop playing on the phone. Stop. Ooh. You can have your phone after.
What is it? James Vanderbeek.
Who? Who's that? Sounds familiar.
Do not walk your life.
Oh.
From Dawson's Creek.
Him?
Yeah, Venus is yesterday.
Yeah.
No way.
Wonder if these are the upstairs files. Just kidding.
You know, at this point.
Why? Why did you get the flushing? Are you done? You're done. Lily, what?
Oh my goodness.
Put your underpants and pants back on. Stop, Lil. You're tired. Just go to sleep. I literally haven't sat down for 10 minutes in a stand today. Like, I can't have the baby and me in the same room anymore. I'm just saying. It's like, it's getting crazy to the point where I'm not able to fucking sit down because I have a fucking baby that loves me to death, and I just can't deal with it every 2 seconds. I can't be the one. Put the ones you had on back. No poop or anything in clean. Anything are clean. No, stop. Take the off, put them back. Put these back on. No how abouts. No how abouts. Daddy said these are clean, they're clean. Oh my god, man. It's just, it's cold. Holy shit. He took mommy brand poop. Oof.
Oh my god, the one bad thing about wearing tight leggings is that when you fart, it fucking follows you.
Oh yeah.
I had that happen before. Oh my god, go away.
Oh god, no way. I saw so many people just join me. You get it.
Go to sleep. I'm gonna put you in the room.
Video later. But I'm sitting there in this video.
You need to get out. Of your picture. You get to What's the real one? Now I'm You have to put it up.
There. Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. I can't live in a fucking one-bedroom apartment with 4 human beings anymore. Like, I don't have a fucking place to fucking have my own privacy. Like, this is ridiculous that a 44-year-old grown man has to fucking complain about this. Like, this is getting fucking ridiculous. 650 square feet of one fucking apartment for 4 human beings is not working for me. Like, I just need a fucking break from these 4 fucking walls. I gotta do all the cooking, cleaning, everything. Picking up. Yeah, she'll have you do half the fucking laundry because you don't fucking feel like it.
You are kidding me?
Stop your crying. Stop your crying. Stay crying. Leave it. Just so sick and tired of this fucking life already. Like, I don't mind being a father. I don't mind like having to do everything. It just, there comes a time where I have to draw the lines and say enough. Enough. I'm not the one. Like, I understand when my wife is at work, but when she's at home, she has to fucking take care of the kids for a little while. Like I'm so sick of this shit. Come home, relax a little bit, but then do something. I don't sit there and say, well, you got to calm down. No, go fuck yourself. This is every day of my life that I got to deal with this. Every single day. I get up, I cook, I clean, I cook. I can't go to sleep until these fucking kids go to sleep. I can't fucking stop until these kids are fed. I can't stop until this house is fucking clean. But when daddy asks for 25 minutes, an hour just to fucking play video games and to stream a little bit, God forbid. I'm like the worst human being in the fucking world. Like, I deal with so much shit. And I hide so much shit. You know, like when I tell people it's hard for me to live a fucking normal life, and it's a lot of shit that I have to fucking deal with inside my fucking brain just to be a normal person. And then you're like, well, you know, their opinions fucking matter, but they don't see through my eyes. They don't fucking live through my body and how much fucking effort this goddamn shit takes. Like, it bugs the fuck out of me sometimes. Now I gotta watch a video to fucking calm down.
Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you That was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking. Co-conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, I'm gonna unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to.
Yeah, the 302s. There they are.
They have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony.
Yeah, the 302s are the testimony of the survivors.
And it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm gonna answer this question.
Reclaiming my time. Mr. Chairman.
This is how this works.
Can I have my time?
Mr.
Chairman, the gentlelady can give her answer. Time belongs to the gentleman. All right, I'm reclaiming my time. So I'm gonna put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I have another question on that? Here's a political joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to Chairman. That's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
Red-handed? There was one redaction out of
he's
over
listed as a co-conspirator.
And we invited you in. This guy has trunk derangement syndrome. He needs to you're a failed politician. You need to go on these matters.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I'm reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get reclaimed time.
This is bigger than Watergate. This goes over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to know, at what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
financiers who were involved with this guy, even after he went down for sex trafficking, is, you know, it reveals a certain corruption at the heart of a certain part of American elite culture. I think what they also reveal is that the President of the United States did not participate in that corruption, and that's good on his character, and it's fascinating to me that Democrats are so focused.
How are you guys getting this stuff so right? What contributes, from your perspective, to this dramatic decrease in crime in major U.S. cities under the Trump administration?
When I first took office, I met with all of our agencies, and the one thing that stuck with me, that one of the heads of the department said to me, one of the law enforcement department heads, President Trump has taken the handcuffs off us so we can keep the people of America safe. And that's what he's done. He has given our law enforcement...
Yeah.
Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes, and the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason, I think, is because it has revealed a two-tiered system of justice. And the powerful are protected, and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse. And I want to remind everybody, this isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today. And they deserve answers, and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials. Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce, John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy, and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay, I'm reclaiming my time. I'm asking you not a trick question, a simple question. Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know who Chris Malin is?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what
does ties mean?
I can conclude from what you are saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean?
I think Americans would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does
across
ties
the
mean?
world,
Can you define that?
across the world,
Can you
prominent
define
men
ties?
who've been exposed in the files have resigned their jobs in disgrace, and that's a good first start. And that same
Disgrace is
standard,
not saying the word Chris Malin.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president
he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask
was he?
questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
You're
this
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic.
beautiful
This is
state.
pathetic, Mr.
Committee
Chair.
will be in order.
I am not asking trick questions here. The
You got your
American
5
people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to? Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
So that'd be up to the gentleman, but.
Absolutely, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once. When he was
weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect that with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Shut up, Blondie.
You want to go there, Attorney General?
You want to go there, Attorney General? Madam Secretary? I couldn't tell.
Woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust.
This guy. Oh shit, we gotta clip that. We're clipping that. Hold on, go back. Oh my God.
To reflect Bill Q.
Epstein was a
I'm attorney.
So the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. Attorney General Bondi. This is not a game to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell.
Woo!
By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to? Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year.
Tweet when you put it.
Are you
belongs
serious?
To the gentleman
Talking
from
about
South
anti-Semitism
Carolina.
to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust.
Anti-Semitism.
He
is Jewish. I just want to be clear. Against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
he is Jewish.
I just want to be clear. Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Do you want to go there? Are you serious?
Gentleman
talking
from
about
South
anti-Semitism
Carolina.
to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust? Really?
Today's gonna be a blitz. Last day of CES.
Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes. And the vast majority of survivors never get justice. Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes. And the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason, I think, is because it has revealed.
General Bondi, it's been
reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents
how
that
many
have
people were
been released.
assigned?
If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
And I wanted to ask you about that also, because this is a different question that you're getting to now. There were 500 DOJ lawyers and others assigned the task of redacting the appropriate information, including identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files prior to their release. 500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer, there were more than 500 attorneys and reviewers who assisted with the.
That answers my question, ma'am, and I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on. General Bondi, would you agree?
Time belongs to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bondi, would you agree that your 8 years of service as the state of Florida's Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as an excellent preparation for your current role as Attorney General for the United States of America?
Not only that, I was a career prosecutor for 18
years. And for
18 years.
And for 18 years,
He asked a question and doesn't want an answer. This is theatrics.
Well, no, for 18 years, you prosecuted serious felony cases, including drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides, I prosecuted capital cases, I prosecuted domestic violence cases, I prosecuted multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you ask Merrick Garland this when you were sitting before him, sir?
You also prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question earlier. I prosecuted multiple cases when I was prosecuting.
Bottom line, you're an experienced and seasoned.
For 18 years.
Mr. Chairman, will you remind her of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You are a seasoned and experienced prosecutor, correct?
Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes. And the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think.
How much do you think the claims of these survivors are worth? As the good congressman from Kentucky just pointed out, there were lots of survivors who had decided, for reasons of their own, never to release their names. That determination was represented to people in Congress, and we built it into our federal law that their names could not be released, and yet you published their names, their phone numbers, their addresses, personally identifying information. If Donald Trump can get $10 billion, theoretically, from the Department of Justice, how much should these people get for a far worse violation of their privacy rights and a far greater danger established to them in their lives?
Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with, you don't, do you?
I'm going to teach you the rules again. You're the Attorney General of the United States. We have rules here.
You're obsessed with him.
You're the Attorney General of the United States.
You're obsessed with Donald Trump. You have Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like my time restored. I'd like my time restored.
In your district. In your district, and you don't even know about it, about keeping children safe from online predators.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Maryland. Gentleman can proceed.
Yeah, and I want the whole country to look at this. Because this is the Attorney General of the United States, whose job is law enforcement. We've never had a witness who has misunderstood our rules and been unable to conform his or her conduct to our rules before. We have only 5 minutes, And so we use our time to ask you specific questions.
How long are you giving me to
Excuse
answer?
me, I'm not yielding to you right now. I'd like that second restored too. So, Ms. Bondi, the way it works is we ask you a question and you answer it. And if you go off on a wild goose chase, another tangent, you start reading statistics or you start talking about stuff going on in our district. And by the way, I invite you to my district. Come to my district, but that's not what we're here to do today. Okay? So, and you do that, then we're allowed to say we reclaim our time. At that point, you have to be quiet. You have no choice. You have to be quiet. So,
Tell him,
I hope
Uncle
you
Jamie, tell
understand
her.
the rule of this point. Now, here's what I want to ask you.
Oh, shit.
You're in law enforcement. We've seen all kinds of evidence of crimes. And when we go over to the Department of Justice for the 4 computers for every member of Congress, we see more evidence of crimes. Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than 1,000 like them? The DOJ is not doing its job. Will you create a task force with state and local law enforcement to make that happen?
Elliot can respond. She wants to.
Thank you, Chairman. He called Chase Mulligan a wild goose chase and didn't even know who he was. He is a defendant in your own district who preyed on girls.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, you know what? If he were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat rooms and committed sextortion. Yet he didn't even know in your tiny little district who he
Chairman,
was.
she's embarrassing you.
He's about to be
This is your committee, and she is embarrassing
on
you.
you.
Okay, next.
Welcome, Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard,
here's the remote.
and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General. Whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal
You can't hear
governmental
mine,
violence
I shouldn't
against
hear
citizens in
yours.
Minneapolis,
That's
as
the
Attorney
rule.
General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there, and you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy. All because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem call Preddy a domestic terrorist and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin? Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence. How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA? Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school? There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow. How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris DeLuzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement. And the good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ, including some of your own original appointees, have refused your lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, your original pick for acting U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor from Donald Trump. A Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagan Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and 2-time Bronze Star recipient who clerked for Chief Justice Roberts and then Judge Kavanaugh, promptly resigned too, writing to your office, quote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." You and the president nominated Eric Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be your U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, he found no evidence to justify criminal charges.
That's what the mic
So you
off.
forced him out. You replaced him with Lindsay Halligan, Trump's personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago documents case, who had 0 prosecutorial experience and no qualifications. And then you were humiliated when a federal judge found that this corrupt appointment was blatantly unlawful and threw out Halligan's indictments entirely. And grand juries of American citizens have repeatedly rejected your vendettas and baseless indictments brought by the hacks left at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting down indictments against Letitia James in a single week. And just yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against the 6 members of Congress who had spoken out to remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders. You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of Congress who were veterans of our armed forces on charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. I hope you will heed the wisdom and the constitutional patriotism of those grand jurors and not try it again by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case or just flee for the exits now, your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in D.C., suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent, and so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes, but we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient to give voice to America's victims and survivors and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. We've got just one round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress. We saw your performance in the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. In the Senate, you brought something with you called a burn book, a binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions, and when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes, so when we reclaim our time, that means you stop. And if you don't, we will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America depends on the character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you and the American people watching everywhere deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name.
this one. This one shouldn't be too bad because it should be low. Whoopsie daisies. What size is this? Okay. Where's my handy dandy measure? Where's it going? Where the fuck did it go? Does this come out?
want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's the video. Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any
Hey guys, it's Cannot Compute here. Today I'm going to show you how to reformat an external hard disk drive from your PS5 onto your computer. Usually this happens if it's not showing up. Hey guys, it's Cannot Compute here. Today I'm going to show you how to reformat an external hard disk drive from your PS5 onto your computer. Usually this happens if it's not showing up on your computer, and so I'm going to make it show up on your computer. And there was confusion in my last video about this. This will delete everything on your hard drive, so make sure you make a backup if there's something on there that you want to keep. This will erase everything. So, now that I've got that out of the way, let's go ahead and get into it. So what you're going to want to do is come down here to Windows Explorer, and you're going to see that your hard drive isn't showing up. It's kind of a problem, so we're going to click Open Control Panel. And we're going to go over here to System and Security and scroll all the way down until you see Administrative Tools and Create and Format Hard Disk Partitions. Click that. And you'll see this little thing pop up. And make sure you click MBR, Master Boot Record, or Record, however you want to say it, and click OK. Now once that pops up, you can scroll down here and you're going to see that this is your hard drive. Make sure that the gigabytes are the same as you have and right click it. Click New Simple Volume and click Next, and then make sure that this number right.
Becca Ballant, if she will answer, right or wrong, raping children?
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens?
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States?
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors, because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country, because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massie, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on, and Frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter, so let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, this is a good one. Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history. An attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted, so what are we talking about? Convict
Texas,
some of these
convicted,
perpetrators that rape these women that are sitting behind you, that you refuse to even acknowledge they are here.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds back?
bet.
Crazy Lil. You driving me crazy, Lil. You driving me crazy, Will. You driving me.
Attorney General Bondi, I think you and pretty much everybody else here and throughout the country believes that convicted sex offenders don't deserve special treatment or privileges in prison. And yet Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, received perk after perk in prison. In July, she had a 2-day interview with your deputy and President Trump's former defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Just days after that, Maxwell was transferred from a federal correctional institution in Florida to a minimum security camp in Texas, which she, as a sex offender, would normally be ineligible for. At this new facility, as the ranking member talked about, and by the way, it's nicknamed Club Fed, we've heard reports that she's been afforded special privileges, puppy time, private workouts, personal mail, secretarial services. Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And
Thank you.
Let me keep going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well, I
did not know she was being transferred.
I asked you yes or no.
She was not transferred to a lower
Mr. Chairman,
level.
please stop the clock and remind the witness of the rules. One rule she needs to understand
and I'm glad that we're agreeing. So when we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things. But I want you to know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported, that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here, they see themselves as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And she needs to be moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration.
Nope, gate closed.
But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be there?
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment. She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. I was not involved in that at all. The same level facility, I don't know why, but you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, I have talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple of
died on a
No,
subway.
we don't want her to
Right,
die in
and
prison.
You don't talk about that.
I have been talking
No,
about
I
it and
just
actually helping
got
with
all
these
the
issues.
bigger
But we're going to move
fingerprints.
back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to
Little devil
testify.
fingerprints.
That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So of course we're moving back to you. It is
Nope.
all about you.
Nope.
So, as
Nope,
we
nope.
heard,
Here, you want toys? Here's your
took
toys.
the fifth in response to every single question in that committee hearing. And her lawyer dangled the offer of clemency. Should Donald Trump pardon or commute her sentence? Should she be released from prison, yes or no? You said you hope she dies there, so I'm hoping the answer is no.
I already answered that question.
Good. I'm very glad. I really like this bipartisan agreement about
when
what
it
should
agrees
happen.
with you. But you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You don't want to talk about
I talk about
murdered
her all
by
the
a
time,
violent crime
but I am not here to testify before Congress. You are. That is your job today.
You are
That's what you're getting.
obsessed with attack.
So
You're
I want you
obsessed.
to know that your
dumb
own
bitch.
DOJ employee, he's recently been demoted and had some other problems, advises
Pam
on
Bondi's kind of
pardons.
cute when she's
Do you
mad.
think he will be advising Mr.
can
Trump
yell at
on
me
any
some.
kind of clemency or pardon for
Show me your titties,
Ghislaine Maxwell?
Pam Bondi.
I'm not going to speculate.
I'm not
You
gonna
couldn't
show you my
even
titties.
Identify properly. That's why you don't
Because
want
I
to talk
got
about
3
Irina
nipples and I don't
Zaritsky.
want to show you.
You couldn't
on the
properly
base.
identify her relative.
I absolutely have been, and her family, by the way, appreciates all of the condolences, all of the help, everything that our law enforcement in North Carolina has been doing to help her family. Her family feels well treated. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Lady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article by former Attorney General William P. Barr entitled, "Why Pam Bondi Didn't Publish All the Epstein Files in 30 Days." The answer is simple. It was not possible. In Wall Street Journal.
Well said. Without objection, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam, I'm sorry. May I respond 20 seconds to something that Congresswoman Ross said? Go right ahead. Thank you. She also opposed a sex offender registry as head of North Carolina ACLU. Thank you.
All right, let's see what.
I'm going to show you 2 photos.
Thank you.
Oh, I
I'm
like.
going to show you 2 photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you were allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
I'm sorry that we redacted the victim's
Because you were
face.
following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that we, please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These 2 photos, please put the photos back up. These 2 photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was Attorney General and set before.
I agree with you.
You twice.
I'm reclaiming my time.
Never
I agree with
mentioned-
you. I agree with you. During
Were
the
you not here
during the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures. But you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I answer
question.
your question about protecting?
You answered the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
Ghislaine Maxwell is pleading the fifth before lawmakers. Now, what's interesting about this is that Ghislaine Maxwell has obviously spoken about some of these things that she's been asked about in this instance publicly before. So I don't even understand how like pleading the fifth works in this circumstance. I think you can be compelled to reveal more information if you've previously talked about certain things. Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's, most loyal soldier.
Hey.
This document is not from 2006, chat. This document is from 2019. It's both. And I've seen a lot of people like America First, the AF Post or whatever, posting this. You got to ask yourself why. Why is AF First posting that? I know why. Because at the end of the day, they know where their bread is buttered, okay? They are still not in defense of the truth. They're not working to arrive at some like real conclusion. Their first principles revolve around defending the conservative movement, defending the Trump administration, even if they are in the pocket of like elite pedophiles. Elite pedophiles who are Jewish, which you're supposed to hate if you're a Nazi, right? Like it's one of those things that like is adding insult to injury from the perspective of white nationalist anti-Semite, right? This was in 2019. Trump told Palm Beach police chief everyone knew about Epstein that Maxwell was evil. This also makes it a little bit harder. In a 2019 FBI interview with the writer containing the Justice Department's Epstein case files, an interview conducted in October 2019 and not previously reported, has shed new light on Trump's involvement in the early stages of the 2006 Jeffrey Epstein investigation in Palm Beach, Florida. It also raises questions about how much Trump knew about Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's crimes. So what makes this really strange for the record is that if Trump in 2019 said Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein were evil, why did he in public say that he wishes Ghislaine Maxwell well? Because if you remember, Trump, when asked about Ghislaine Maxwell, when Ghislaine Maxwell was also being prosecuted, said, "Oh, I wish her well." Remember?
You said, quote, "I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is." Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person well?
I don't know that, but I do know that
She has. She's been arrested for that.
her friend or boyfriend was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish you well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, you know that...
Oh, so you're saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that and...
I mean, she's a alleged child sex trafficker.
Big deal. But all it is her boyfriend died. He died in jail. Was he killed? Was it suicide? I do. I wish her well.
That was strange. He's also floating a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. That's strange. That's weird. That's odd. There's a major inconsistency here. How odd. In the past, I used to think that the real dead man switch that exists was not in the hands of Jeffrey Epstein, but potentially Ghislaine Maxwell, and that's part of the reason why she's still alive. I'm beginning to think that it might not just be the dead man switch, but also beyond that, like as the principal co-conspirator and key witness to all of this stuff, Ghislaine Maxwell holds all the cards now in terms of maintaining Trump's innocence and all these other like psychotic pedophilic elite and their innocence.
Everyone has known he's been doing this. The FBI report also states Trump told Ryder that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out they were investigating Epstein. Trump was friends with Epstein for more than a decade. He has repeatedly denied any knowledge of Epstein's crimes. Here's what he told me back in July.
I don't think she, quote unquote, kills herself in prison. I think if that were to happen, it would have happened a long time ago. And the very fact that it hasn't happened up until this very moment means that she either has some assurances, like some post-mortem assurances where like there's a dead man switch or something, and it just like leaks all of this data, like all of the hard evidence that these guys are all pedophiles, like, you know, videos and stuff that are impossible to combat because they know she's capable of playing ball. Whereas maybe they didn't have that same assurance for Jeffrey Epstein. Maybe Jeffrey Epstein flew too close to the sun. That's what I think. How did Epstein not have a dead man switch, or was that Maxwell? I think Jeffrey Epstein thought he had a dead man switch, and that dead man switch was Ghislaine Maxwell. I think Ghislaine Maxwell burned Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell always had long-running ties to first the the OSS through her father, then to the CIA and Mossad, of course, and all of these other elites. You know, if I'm putting my tinfoil conspiracy hat on, I'm thinking Jeffrey Epstein thought his dead man switch was Ghislaine Maxwell. And Ghislaine Maxwell never used that dead man switch once Jeffrey Epstein was killed. Also, there are files showing the FBI purposely fucked with the cameras and hard drives in the prison. Of course they did, because they killed him. What are we talking about? I mean, none of this stuff is like even new. We just have even more information now. But we knew that that was the case, right? That was part of the reason why I kept saying, I don't give a f what the New York Times says. Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. Jeffrey Epstein was assassinated. This is ridiculous. And a lot of people would try to argue with me on this. You know, it's totally ridiculous. Or if that 4chan post is real, they switched him out. No, they didn't switch him out. They killed him.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm under the penalty?
A rare window inside the Texas prison where Ghislaine Maxwell is serving 20 years for sex trafficking. The new video shows Maxwell appearing yesterday via video link in front of Congress.
Dude, how can we make fun of France or England ever again and call them like pedophile island or anything like that, when not only is the American elite just as pedophilic, but also at least their populations have been more frustrated with the elite pedophiles than ours has been. Or even when we are frustrated with the elite pedophilia, the pedophilic cabal, there's nothing that takes place. There's no push, there's no motion, there's no momentum to enact justice.
In a closed-door meeting. For survivors, it was a moment for answers. Instead, this.
Ms. Maxwell, were you a close friend and confidant of Jeffrey Epstein?
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions. I therefore invoke my right to silence. I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence. I invoke my Fifth Amendment right.
As expected, Maxwell exercised her right to the Fifth Amendment, meaning she can choose not to give evidence that may incriminate her. However, her lawyer said Maxwell would be prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump.
I'm going to have to assert my Fifth, Sixth, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
If it all sounds familiar, that's because it is. Survivors say it reinforces a pattern that they have long described from both
the baby
Epstein
touched
and
something
Maxwell.
on the iPad and
Self-preservation
hung up the phone on
over accountability.
Well, Ghislaine Maxwell certainly has critical information that would help us understand exactly what happened and who was there at varying times. Some of that we've been able to piece together through the information from other witnesses, etc. But she was definitely at the center of this. The problem is she will never tell the truth.
Cutting jobs.
Oh yeah.
And stuff, but yeah, like he was telling me, you know, like that he went to Boston one time, and because when Ted Kennedy was senator,
yeah,
because he was expecting papers just one time, now that office is 24 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it's not like completely like inside, but like, I guess it's just open for like, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, of course, for just one time. And he's like, yeah. I was like, that's how the post office works. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And I was like, and then he was saying that the post office makes money, but like when they hire like a new guy, the union has to put like $80,000 into the retirement fund, and that's, you know, that's how they lose it and stuff. And I was like, that's part of it and everything. I was like, I can see how that, you know, would happen. I was like, but a lot of it is from how many, you know, supervisors they hire too.
Yeah.
I was like, and then, you know, they complain, like, you know, they just sit around and do nothing all day. And then they complain that they have to be there, you know, for so long. But, you know, they're hiring supervisors, but not hiring carriers. So,
yeah.
Like, what did you think was going to happen?
Well, they suck up all the money.
Well, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I was like, they're sucking up the money, not the carriers. I said, if they hired more carriers, you wouldn't have to pay out so much overtime.
Yeah.
And then I was talking about how, like, mail doesn't even go out the same day anymore.
Yeah.
And he's like, what? I was like, yeah. I was like, if you send a piece of mail and, you know, like, I bring it back to the office, it's going to sit there until the next day, until the dispatch truck comes.
Yeah.
I was like, so it's not even being postmarked until the next day that you sent it. I was like, so you gotta watch. And he's like, Jesus. I was like, yeah. I was like, we created a big stink about it, like back in like Christmas time. I was like, when we were able to get like the dispatch truck to come and pick up our stuff, you know, halfway through the day. So at least, you know, most of it could go out. But it's still ridiculous.
Yeah.
So. All right.
All right. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're here.
I'm on my last like 2 streets, so.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
After I get out, I'm gonna go. I gotta get gas, and then I'm gonna run to Michael's, and then I'll call you to order the pizza.
Okay.
All right.
Yep. Let me know. All right. Now your daughter's quizzing me with the number thing.
God, she's just chaos.
I know.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye.
All right, bye.
Here, put this over here. Here, Lil. I wasn't taking it away. I just didn't want it on my lap. Well, Lil, what are we trying to do right now? Okay, Lil. Okay, Lil. Whatever you want, Lil.
In what world, after a night that we had last night, do you think that I f***ing have even close to that? How about, you know what, Peanut? How about I give you the f***ing lint in my pocket? Because that's all I got left. You think that I got that? I'm poor because of you. Because of
I used to care so much about gaming mice, but then 2 things happened. First, the industry took a bit of a weird turn. It was around 2020, but we'll come back to that. The second thing though is that I got old. And when I say I got old, I'm talking about reaction time. I was like 37 when AIM Labs first came out, and they had this reaction time test. And I remember getting a score of about 160, 170 milliseconds. And this is a test that has nothing to do with skill. It's just reaction time. When you see a blue thing pop up, you just click the mouse. There's no aiming, there's no tracking. It's just how long did it take you to see the ball and click. And this was a time when I played a lot of shooters. I was a Masters Overwatch player for a few seasons, and 160 millisecond reaction time was pretty good. But then when I turned 40, I distinctly remember using AIM Labs and seeing that my reaction time had gone slower. Now I'm 45 and my reaction time is like 230, sometimes 240 milliseconds. It's not good. I feel like this rate is just like a matter of time before I'm at like 500 milliseconds.
Leave it
and
alone,
I found that my appreciation for high-end gaming mice was inversely proportional to my reaction time. Like as my reaction time crept up, my interest in top-tier gaming mice just went down because a lot of those features are really focused on high-end, super fast reflexes. Things that would benefit like a kid who's got cracked out neurons and he's at 110 milliseconds. But for me, with my 250 millisecond dad neurons, I just didn't feel like it would help much. And it's normal, right? As we get older, our visual reaction time just gets worse. Now, at the beginning of the video, I mentioned that in 2020, I feel like the industry took a bit of a turn. And this was the year that this mouse came out. So this was the Logitech G Pro Superlight, and this was an amazing mouse. This was almost perfect to a lot of people. It was very lightweight, 60-something grams. It has an awesome sensor, great battery life, and a pretty good shape for its time. So many people still love and use this mouse, but since 2020, I feel like the industry fell off. It's been 6 years where there just hasn't been much innovation. There's been a ton of marketing. We're seeing sensors with higher and higher DPI when we've had like perfect tracking since 2018. And we're seeing companies push 4,000 and then 8,000 hertz polling rates when even pro gamers are just using 1,000 hertz because that's just what they prefer. And we went through a phase when companies were so desperate trying to shave weight off mice that they were just poking holes in the shells to lower that number. And all of these mice features and properties were designed just for marketing. Like when you have a measurable empirical number that you can flex and be like, hey, our number is better than the other company, you should buy our mouse. Like that's when the industry is kind of weird. And the whole time during those 6 years, you have professional gamers using super old mice to win tournaments. It's kind of like athletes, professional athletes like hockey players, tennis players. They will use equipment that's older, sometimes like 10 years old. But the companies that sponsor them will paint their hockey sticks or their tennis rackets like the new ones so that people will buy the new ones. But the pros just use the old ones because that's what they're used to. That's what they prefer. So when Logitech announced this mouse, their G Pro X2 Super Strike, I was like, nah, it's gotta be a gimmick, right? Because this is claiming a reduction up to 30 milliseconds on your click. So it uses a new haptic feedback system, kind of like Apple's trackpad, but instead of a mechanical switch for the click, it uses an inductive sensor that measures your input with electromagnetic coils, and they call this their haptic inductive trigger system, or HITS. And you can adjust the mouse buttons individually on the left and the right. And the thing is, this mouse doesn't actually click. It feels like you've clicked it because there's a motor underneath each button that kind of thumps up at your finger when you press it to simulate the sensation of a click, but there is no switch in there that's actually doing any clicking. It's just the sensation. You can kind of hear it, but when you turn the mouse off, the mouse buttons just become like dead paddles. They don't make any more sound, and you don't feel a click anymore. So when I got it in, I wanted to know, can this do what it claims? Can it reduce my click latency by 30 milliseconds? I fire up AIM Labs and I'm testing my regular mice just to kind of get a feel for it. And there I am, Unc2D with his 240 milliseconds. And then I swap to this mouse, I adjust the click to the fastest setting, and I got a 214. First try, fresh out of the box. So I swap mice back and forth a few times just to see if it's real, and this legitimately brings down my click latency by like 20 milliseconds, I'd say, at the very least. So I hopped into some games. This is Marvel Rivals, and the Spider-Man character is very mobile. He can zip around and do all this acrobatic stuff in the air, and a good Spider-Man is really hard for me to kill. This guy was a Grandmaster 1 player, pretty good on Spidey. My aim isn't great, I'm a Platinum player, but after playing a few games on this thing, I'm 100% confident that this makes a difference. If I had to describe it, like for me, I just feel like I have faster reaction time, as if I was 5 or 6 years younger. It sounds crazy, but this is just how this mouse feels for me. Now, does it give you better aim? No. Does it give you better tracking? You could argue that, because on this mouse, if you set the sensitivity really tight so that you just have to press lightly on a mouse, like when you're, I don't know, if you're like Zarya in Overwatch, or if you're just like ADSing and you're trying to track something while pressing a mouse button, you don't have to put as much like flex and tension on your hand to do it, so you could argue Tractor's a little bit better with it. But I need to stress this point. Game skill and like your aiming capabilities are way more important than any kind of hardware upgrade. Because if you have terrible aim and you were gonna miss the shot, you're just gonna miss the shot even faster with this mouse. But if you had decent aim, and the only reason why you missed is because your reaction time was a little bit too slow, and you just clicked a little too late, this has an impact. A thought I had about the durability, the M1 and M2 buttons are gonna be basically immortal because it's a sensor. It's like a traditional Switch has moving parts, it's metal on metal that wears out over time and you just get double clicks and stuff. But this, it just doesn't have those kinds of moving parts.
Okay, I'm turning it
Like
off.
this will last so long. There are a couple things about this mouse that I don't love. The big one is its shape. So this shape is it's the Superlight shape, right? Just like the Superlight 1 and Superlight 2, this mouse is built to be a universally enjoyable experience. So different hand sizes, different grips, it's all built to be like usable on this mouse. But because of that, it feels kind of like a generic potato sometimes. The other thing I don't love is the way that the button feels after it actuates. So on this mouse, I've set it so that it's at the fastest actuation. So it clicks immediately, just a little bit of pressure, it actuates. But right after you click, or the system thinks you've clicked, there's still a lot of like travel on that mouse button. And I find that it feels a little spongy because you've clicked it, the system thinks you've clicked, it knows you've clicked, but now the button is still traveling. But on an old mouse, or like a typical mechanical Switch, once you, like, because there's so much pre-travel, you don't feel like it's spongy. Then once you've clicked, it almost bottoms out from that click and you feel like an immediate stop on the click. But here, when you do that click, I mean, this is super sweaty, but just in case you care, when you do that click, there's spongy movement almost after that click. But everything else about this thing is pretty damn good. Now, this has been the first mouse in, I want to say, like 6 or 7 years that I would just recommend. It's an awesome mouse. It is, however, super expensive. This comes at $180. It's the most expensive gaming mouse that I think Logitech has made. But it's the only mouse right now that does this. They have a patent on this technology. I imagine that this, or something like this tech, will appear in other brands over time. I just don't know how you get around that patent, because otherwise everyone just has to get this if you want this advantage. But there you have it. This is the new Logitech G Pro X2 Super Strike, and it is a very cool technology.
Major Sakana.
Go ahead.
We met with one of your squads.
Thank you, my lord. I shall give them new orders.
Way is clear. Proceed. Looks like a slaughter. No excuse for cowardice. This will serve me well. Reloading weapon. Trespassers! Changing magazine! Lieutenant Titus, identify yourself.
Captain Iden, sir. Our long-range comms were damaged in battle.
They must be close. Hold fast, Captain. We are coming. Is just beyond those gates. There must be a console that opens them. position secured. This way. War gear prime. Reloading. Restocking. Zarkana.
Receiving.
We have made contact with Captain Iden.
Iden? I thought him lost.
We are approaching his position now.
Can you patch me through?
Working on it. Resupplying. Established. Go ahead, Major.
Captain Iden, I thought you a dead man.
Huh. Not today, sir.
You're tougher than Grok's hide.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Iden, we need to take back those orbital guns.
I've got armor ready to roll.
See it done, Captain.
Yes, sir. Let's give him a taste of Cadian wrath.
Guardsmen, honor your Emperor!
With great pleasure, my lord! That cursed gate is in our way!
Then let us remove it! Controls must be nearby! Soldiers, to your work! Controls are in that tower! Make use of them! Reloading weapon! The way is clear. Proceed. Changing magazine! Need to reload! Vermin stuff. Reload! A fine gift from the forge.
The gate is opening! Squad, move your reckoning backsides through that gate, now!
Move to link up with the Cadians. As you command, Lieutenant. Getting through this facility will take time.
A little redecorating will speed things up, my lord.
Take it down. While it lives, the other creatures are harder to kill. Major, we have retaken the facility.
Praise the Emperor. Boarding a Valkyrie now, heading to you.
Punch a hole in those hive ships so big you can fly a frigate through it.
It won't let that happen without a fight.
It's...
The hive mind. The Tyranid's powerful collective intelligence. Not to be underestimated.
Major, the guns are in a zero state of charge. It will take time to wake the machine spirit.
Hurry!
The Tyranids will throw everything they have at this facility.
This is Major Sorkana. Divert 2nd and 3rd platoon to the orbital guns immediately.
Copy that, sir.
Let's show these bastards what the 8th are made of!
Major, we need to establish a perimeter.
My troops are in defensive positions. They'll hold.
The enemy will try to scale these walls. Do not let them.
I had no plans to.
Northern wall is breached.
Concentrate your fire. No hesitation.
Get them off that wall! A well-placed grenade will fix that! possible, but do not linger. The targeting system is our priority. Yes, my lord. Target destroyed.
My lord, this elevator will take you up to the controls.
We'll keep the Xenos off your back.
Emperor protect you.
Need to reload. Major Sarkana, we are almost at the targeting system.
You need to manually raise the petals of the satellite dish.
We will see it done. Major, I see the mechanisms. Stand by.
Be alert. The Tyranids have taken notice of you.
Let them come. Keep them off me while I get this done. One down. Done. Go for the next one.
My lord, we cannot use the guns until we raise those petals.
Reload. One left.
Special tactics ready.
We are done.
My lord, the gargoyles are heading for the antenna.
They mean to destroy the targeting system. See that they fail. Permanent stuff.
What?
A moment, brothers. Cover my reload.
What a food roll up. Alright. Put down, plug in. Put my stuff down. Unroll this. Get a little piece for myself.
Restocking. Here come the winged vermin. Protect the antenna. Reloading weapons. My weapon is empty.
More gargoyles headed for the antenna. The enemy are going for the antenna. Eliminate them.
and a pretty good shape for its time. So many people still love and use this mouse, but since 2020, I feel like the industry fell off. It's been 6 years where there just hasn't been much innovation. There's been a ton of marketing. We're seeing
Niggerkuss. It's a kiss? Kiss. Niggerkuss. And it's funny, you can Google this. Niggerkuss was, until recently, very recently, was a dessert in Germany. It is like a donut that's covered with chocolate. And they called it Niggerkuss. And, you gotta Google this right now. Niggerkuss. Negerkuss. And the crazy thing is, on the packaging was a face of a black face with the big lips and the pickaninny. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Niggerkuss. That was like, show us this, boy. Until like 5-10 years ago. And they just got rid of it. Yeah, that's it. And get the packaging. Look at the packaging. Oh, yo, order some. When did they stop making that? Just a couple years ago. Yeah, a couple years ago. But you know, that was early 1900s America. Where I mean, the cream of wheat guy is still holding the bowl. There's a black dude on cream of wheat still. They have not let him off work. He's still in the original cream of wheat box. There's the one now is just a black dude. The old one was a little white girl waiting to be served. And he's smiling. Okay. Oh man, they used to have pickaninnies and in different countries, and then like in telling you in Amsterdam, branding is everything. And the kids were conscious enough to know that this was a mockery because that's why they would say niggerkuss. Yeah. Like grab my hair, and rub my skin, son. And even I was playing. I was a great athlete back then, and I was playing everything: soccer, basketball, tennis, and soccer tournaments. They would have the what is it called? The commentators. Yeah. Right. No. They would announce me with Niggerkuss. Yeah. Boys, on Niggerkuss. Da da da. And they thought, they thought it was funny. Yeah. Oh yes. Went to hotwire this or something?
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
May I respond very briefly to her statement?
I think we can do that
Okay.
probably on one of our members' time.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact. A list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victim's survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking. Co-conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator
not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
This
Mr. Chairman.
is how this works.
Can I have my time?
Mr.
Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman.
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Can I give my answer?
So I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer on that?
Here's
a political
the question.
joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to the next question.
It's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
Red-handed. There was one redaction out
where
of
he's
over
listed as a co-conspirator.
And we invited you in. This guy has Trump
Gentlemen.
derangement syndrome. He needs to get, you're a failed politician.
Gentlemen,
you need to get on
you to watch the video.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I am reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland because this is bigger than Watergate. This goes over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where
I want to know at what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wexner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one hypocrite.
Close the door.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering. The gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General is allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
All right, I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right, this is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from A.G. Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files. when you found out that they were keeping files.
Because I'm an idiot.
Because they're still redacting files.
Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection. Time belongs to the gentleman from Texas.
And a little flexibility on the time. I appreciate the chairman. Madam Attorney General, am I correct that under your leadership, the Department of Justice has prosecuted cases of non-citizen?
What happened? Mommy? Oh my God, Mommy. Hello? Uh-oh.
Voting. So it's false, as some of my Democratic colleagues have claimed, that it doesn't happen.
Yes.
I ask that today because we're voting on the Save America Act today to enact common sense policies to ensure only American citizens vote in American elections and enact federal voter ID laws. But it's true, for example, that in just this month, a federal grand jury in Newark indicted 2 men with illegally voting in federal election and making false statements. Mohammed Mazammel and Mohammed Shakil were non-citizens at the time they registered to vote. This happens, it happens regularly, and you're prosecuting those crimes, correct?
Yes.
But does that prosecution of those criminals overturn their previously cast votes?
That's all pending.
But it does not overturn votes that they've cast, right? So passing the Save
No,
America
Congressman.
Act would help deal with that problem.
Yes, Congressman.
Second question. As Attorney General, you're in charge of the Executive Office of Immigration Review, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
The Biden-Mayorkas regime caused the immigration court case backlog to explode, correct?
Explode.
Does that sound about right that in September of 2020, 4 months before President Biden took office, there was a backlog of 1.5 million cases, but by the time President Biden left office, the backlog reached nearly 4.2 million cases?
It sounds about right, but I don't have the exact numbers.
It would be accurate to say that most individuals who file for asylum have a meritless or fraudulent claim?
Most. I don't have the numbers.
Oh, so does it sound correct that of the asylum cases adjudicated in FY 2023 under the Biden regime, that only 14% resulted in an asylum grant and only 12% in fiscal year 2024? Does that sound correct?
It sounds correct. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers.
Could you get that information to us to
Yes,
verify that data?
I'll get all that information to you.
Under the Trump administration, immigration judges complete an average of 65,000 cases per month, the highest average completion rate in at least a decade. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
Ms. Mondi, how many new cases under EOIR received in fiscal year 2025 have you all had? And of those, what percentage have been granted asylum? Do you know?
I can try to get you those numbers. I thought I had those.
That'd be great, because my question is whether President Trump's decision to pause asylum in the wake of the shooting of a National Guardsman by an Afghani here in Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital, helped to stop the backlog in your office. Does that sound correct?
Yes, Congressman.
My point being that the leadership of this administration is ending the backlog, reducing the backlog, making sure that we don't have fraudulent asylum claims clogging it, and keeping Americans safe. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So a couple other quick questions on another important topic that has been raised by colleagues on both sides of the aisle with respect to the Epstein case. A few questions. One, Jeffrey Epstein was charged in July 2019 for sex trafficking under the Trump administration in his first term. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
And that Ghislaine Maxwell was charged in 2020 also under the Trump administration, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So it is safe to say that the administration led on that issue and that there was silence in the previous administration. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman. Almost complete silence from everyone who's been trying to still talk about Epstein. They didn't say a word under the Biden administration. Nothing.
And I want to make one other point and then another question, though, that is important. I want to make one observation. That is that we've heard the information today, which is troubling, that Jane Doe's, that victims' information was made public and was unredacted in the files that were released on Friday. So my question is, some of us had argued when we were dealing with the discharge petition in Congress that when Congress inserted itself into the process, that we needed to be very careful to ensure that we were protecting victims. So a question that is both, I just want to make that clear that some of us were fighting for that here and we didn't get a chance to amend it or change it. So that was concerning. But a question a little more pointed, I have to say, is why, though, were the victims' names released that shouldn't have been? That there were names in the files, that these Jane Does, that their names shouldn't have been made public, when there were some accusers whose names were redacted? That's question one. And question two, was that Ghislaine Maxwell was put in jail for trafficking minors. Rightly so, and you properly said here at this table, you hope she dies in jail. Well, I want to know, will anyone besides her or Epstein, which I congratulate President Trump's previous administration and this Department of Justice for continuing all of that, but that they were indicted, but will anyone else be indicted and prosecuted under this, given the information that's in front of us? So 2 questions.
Thank you for letting me answer that. They didn't want to hear my answer on the other side. Yes, given the tight time frame of 30 days, I believe we got everything released within a little over 60 days. I'm talking as fast as I can. My time is up. We did the best we could immediately. If everyone's been coming to view the documents, if someone's name should not have been redacted, we're releasing it. If someone's name was redacted, we said right away, was not redacted and should have been, meaning a victim. We went back and redacted it. We're doing everything we can based on the tight time frame. And
Tight. So tight.
Mugenics is here. This game has got incredible reviews. I'm very excited for it. It looks great, so I'm pumped. Nice. All right, let's get in there. Wait, where's my mouse? Oh, there we go. Okay, hold on. OBS is now no longer picking up Mugenics. Okay, interesting little conundrum we have here. Let's go back to full screen now. Okay, we got a big time issue going on right here. Give me a second. I'm solving my first conundrum here in Mugenics. There we are. Oh wait, nope. That's only because I'm not clicked in. Yep, hold on. How about now? There we go. We're in. Mugenics time. I defeated the first boss, OBS. Science indeed. No, I wasn't scared. That's true. A science did indeed do that. A felineologist. A very prestigious discipline of science, no doubt. You know, interesting fun fact, cats do have like a very big effect on the world, specifically birds. I remember on stream I read something crazy that stray cats account for like 2 billion bird deaths or something like that. So, even me being a felineologist, cats are already changing the world. I don't even know if we need the team up. They're doing it themselves. That's how strong cats are. Alright, who do I want? Galactico, Brad, or Carlota? Galactico sounds cool. We'll do Galactico. Oh, I get 2. I didn't even notice. I thought I was just picking my starter Pokemon. I should have read. I'll do Carlota. A cool meow. Sorry, Brad. Nothing's wrong with Brad, he's just not cool enough. Fucking Paul Blart cat. Oh, okay. No. Okay. Galactico and Carlota. Probably have nothing in my bag, right? Yeah, okay. Well, let's ride. Oh, the rat is an enemy too, okay. I thought it was only cats. Put me right next to it, I'm gonna flank it. Well, I guess I couldn't fully flank, but I'm to the side of it. Nice. Okay, random stat whenever we kill something. Good. Alright, nice. What is that? I'm throwing sand at it? I can't quite reach. Butch noticed as well. Nice. Here, I don't need to get right on top of it. I'll go right here. So lob a shot over units and obstacles. Nice. Shot the hairball at him. An artillery strike. Oh, I should have looked at what that was. Oh, fuck! Oh, this is just letting me know. The buff, right. I should have looked at the other one, though. That's okay. Oh. So it's making him wet. How does that help me? Gotta get some fucking jumper cables and put it on its nipples or something? Okay, so now I'll come over here. Slap him with one of these. And you... I guess all I can do is lob. Nice. Every combat? Burn you inflict is increased by 1. Okay. Inflict burn 1 and blind 1 at infinite range. Oh. Imagine I don't. That is a good combo. Alright. So I'll stay vigilant on big brain combos. Butch blocks my path. Okay, my stats 3, 6, 5, 8, 3, 5, 6. My strength I don't think is great enough. So I'm gonna have to outsmart him. Nice. Points cleverly behind Butch, distracting him. You're lucky your intelligence is so high you'd be chewing rocks. Nice. Do I get any? Oh, okay, I did get something for that. Small catnip, I gain 7 mana. Alright. Oh! Sacred Stick! Melee attack, +1 reach. 4 uses left on that. Oh, I have to equip them. I thought they were in my bag so I could use them whenever. Okay. And I'll give you the stick since you are melee. Pebbles.
Yeah. I think so. And shells. Shells every once in a while. Those are actually good. And Velveeta.
Okay. Backstab damage. Alright.
Oh, okay. Alright, well, we can do Velveeta.
I've got to get in melee range.
Mac and cheese.
Seems like this is my best bet. I'm going to try and get around here. This doesn't reach.
Mac and cheese,
Yep.
apparently
So
really
just
fucking
in
good.
there. Oh, wow.
Guinness? Like the beer?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like you can't, like it doesn't taste like super beery, but it's like beer cheesy.
Oh.
Let's just... I don't want to waste this though, but I'm going to.
Okay, you can. And what are you doing in the bathroom?
I'm going to hit him twice.
Right, let me go. Let me go kick his ass.
Really stack it.
Let me know when to order pizza.
Now, I want to come over here.
Let me know when to order the pizza.
So that way I'm behind something, but I can still lob over. Perfect. Oh, I've got the perfect opportunity to... You dirty bastard. I did notice that. Alright,
Yeah.
Unlucky that I can't flank him now because he put his ass to the pole there. But I'll start with a spit. Oh, that cooled him off. I should have known. I see. That interaction is something I really should have accounted for. I have no way of flanking, so... Oh well. Oh my god, that far, huh? Oh, it's just out of range. I gotta move. Ooh, 10. Big crit. Nice, huge dodge. Galactico is carrying.
Hey, stop with the water! Stop!
Nothing I can do here. I'm not gonna spit.
Please. Go back to watching your phone.
Alright, now I'll spit since that's empty. No more burn. Oh. I wonder if I should just roll back. Well, I don't want to waste the mana. I want to just keep Sunburn on him. What?